Doo-doo. Red dots are on. That means we are on live. Yeah, the baby in the background. Gotta get everything ready this morning, guys. Happy 2026, stream number 2 for the year. Goals are kind of on track. I'm a little behind with the music. I thought I'd be done with it already, or at least this song, but song is a bit harder, and I got to know some new people actually last time. So we're gonna continue to track. I didn't get to work on it at all yesterday, so we're really just picking up from where we left off on Tuesday. Yeah, pretty much it. I know today I wanted to use. You would usually do like a feedback Friday, but today I needed to do some massive catch up. So today I'm just gonna go back to composing that certain track. I'm gonna do my 30-minute pre-stream. I'll catch you all at my usual scheduled time at 9:30. This is just to get everything warmed up for my computer and everything. I'll catch you all in about 30 minutes. Good morning, everyone. I'm still trying to get everything set up. I had a loud boom upstairs. Probably my daughter trying to reach for something. What do you do that's under less than a year old, almost a year old? Uh, Able to stand and reach and grab and everything already, and just curious about everything in life. Growing tall too fast. Can't give her everything either. The tables can never be high enough. All right, Cubase is open. We are continuing the song for Red. Properties. And music, it should be connected now. What else is there? Need to open the game. That's nothing. Wow. Steam is doing some really crazy looking windowing. For a lack of better term. Go. All right. One thing I really didn't like was the way the clarinet and the oboe was coming in. And I know I needed to throw in the section here. So the question is, what do I do first? For the sake of sounding nice and feeling complete and inspiring, maybe even inspiring where this is gonna go. Or I could do this. Or I'm thinking if I do the oboe and clarinet first, letting the melody lead the chordal structure. If anyone here has a preference on which one I'll do first, I'll do it. But otherwise, kind of. There's always this question that people have asked: what do you do first? Percussion, melody, harmony, you know. And I usually give my answer as whatever is in charge. And in this song, melody and harmony have an equal play. I would say I kind of did. I did the melody with the harmony. Because I imagined, but I would say the melody took a lead here in terms of the pipa. Let me label this correctly. Kind of pipa. There we go. All right, that sets that up a little bit better. And when I'm looking at it, I'm not like, oh, this is the piano. Oh no, it's not. wish I could make this slightly less Asian. What if I... There's a guitar pack I want to buy. It's like $50. I just never... right now I'm budgeting, and that $50 fell. It just keeps getting delayed because there's always one other purchase or one other something, and with the holidays that just passed, there's always just one other something that I didn't want to spend the $50 on at that moment. But I do need to upgrade my guitar to this other guitar that sounds gorgeous. I'm pretty sure that I'm allowed to put this on stream just because it's free advertising to them. Get to it. I was on a Facebook mentor. The party. Conversation about walking bass. Need the guitar. A YouTube video on it. Let's just pull this up. People can hear it on YouTube. This sounds gorgeous. And I do everything on the piano, by the way, the keyboard rather, on a MIDI keyboard. But this sounds gorgeous.
Hey friends, it's Ruben with Hi-Fi MIDI.
Hey, they're using
and this
Cubase
is
as well.
Ford
Awesome.
Picked Acoustic by Musical Sound.
All right, now I need to just go to their link. Maybe we can do a fundraiser for this one. That way I can have it. Well, it went up to 79. It was at 50 at some point. $139 starting January 13. Yeah, which ads do not pay me enough for this. I have to cover the website and stuff still too. How do I start a wish list? Fundraising wish list. That would be a great idea. Ask Cross if you could look this up. Maybe I'll just do a panel that says, hey, you know, here's my wish list and targets and stuff like that. like a gold bar. I'll just create a gold bar in general on my stream. All right. Are they really rare sale ends January 13? That is like, are they really gonna end this sale? Is it gonna go back to 140 bucks? Anybody want to help me out with that one? Oh my goodness, 4 days, 4 days. That's the weekend. I don't even stream on the weekends. Hmm. I need to do like a supporter credits thing too. I am just not on top of my game when it comes to all of that stuff because I'm just so focused on the music. It is. I'm amazed at how many other streamers and creators can just are so fast and able to keep up with everything and able to record everything. I mean, I guess it's easy, but it's not at the same time. It's just amazing. Woo. Um. Hmm.
sampling.
The tap. Chord fret noise. So on. I guess I could bite the bullet on this. There's always a new instrument that I want. It's ridiculous. All right. Let's just go with what we have so far. I have acoustics. Let's try the mandolin. Too high, too high. This does not play that high. I don't know. The Peepa just sounds so like it was correct for this. I mean, it sounds good as a piano piece, but I don't know, the guitar just doesn't hit. If it was just piano, it sounds like this. Wow, this is a very padded piano, come to think about it. Oh, I forgot. When it comes to the piano, this actually has to go an octave higher. Or otherwise it would be impossible because the left and the right hand overlap. The other problem is the piano harmony is actually played because actually I don't think it's actually possible to use all 5 fingers stretched out like this. So it's actually played two-handed. So this would be, if I played it like this, it wouldn't be possible to be played as a solo pianist. I'd probably just get rid of some of the lower notes. For example, this is now currently D, G, and then D, A, D, G, B. Let's just try it. I got, hold on, the kids have a joke book here. Come to think about it, I should just read a line once in a while. That's 2 hands. Versus 1 hand would be. Yeah, I'd have to move the lower note. I can at least reach. Yeah, this right now, this is too impossible to play as a solo pianist. and that's why it sounds so off. So there's always that when you come to when it comes to harmony and melody and everything, you have to also, like, as much as it sounds good as a full orchestra or anything else when you play and move the instruments. Part of my rewriting my music a lot for the other parts, like the piano version and everything, is that I would revisit this and have to rewrite everything, remove certain parts, to kind of meet the standards of if it was just a single solo pianist playing it. So there's that as well. That's a weird situation to be in. A vibrato on this. Interesting. It's a lot of vibrato. Ooh. Yeah. It's a performance. Different ways of playing or plucking and running trills. Yeah, see, none of that fits what I'm doing. Non-sustained. Here's the legato sustained. Now, these are called key switches for those who don't know. And a key switch allows you to play different styles by hitting the lower notes that are actually outside of the instrument's range. So this is the lowest note on the pipa, and because of that, these became key switches so that I can imitate the live performance with different sections. So if I wanted to, I put these notes, I would hold these notes on the bottom or have it tapped on the bottom to trigger that in this form of play. It's under C1. To C0, D0. So, like, for example, if I really wanted to, which would take a longer period of time, I'd be sitting there switching it between the two here, merging them together. what I did was I added these key switches to it, and it switched back and forth so that because if you listen to the original version of what I was working on, I wasn't really accurate on that. And see, that just adds a lot more to how this needs to be done. It does sound better now that I kind of walked myself into this. Remove that. Song starts off this in the first trigger, and I want that note, and I come into it beforehand. So if you listen, so this one rings out because it's switched to this note. Which I don't want that to happen there. This needs to come in way earlier. It needs to trigger before the note actually happens. So I want this to extend a little bit more. That's wrong. That's annoying. Okay, here we go. And that's tedious, as you can see. So, and this is more, I would say, a me thing that needs to be practiced in order to be done better. It can be done faster. It's just I don't have that experience yet. And again, that's just growth. As a performer, as a composer. And that's where I get a little bit of this imposter syndrome that I mentioned that I have. It's basically that. It is simply the fact that, you know, I'm still doing things manually on the other composers can just hit the keyboard and just do. That's wild. I don't know, how do you practice something like this? Wish they labeled their key switches here. I'm not sure how East West does it. But yeah, I kind of wish it was labeled somehow. There we go. I don't know why we have a sustain going on. I might just. I think I was holding the pedal. Ooh, wait. I needed this for the piano version. Oh my goodness. Let's keep you muted. There we go. We'll do that. Wish I can have. Create tracks from lanes. Clean up the lane. I wish it was more like I could play both MIDI into the same MIDI. Like this, instead of merging it together, was a separate thing, but on the same track. So I can edit this without touching these and vice versa. I bet you there is a way, and I just don't know how. Um, that's like the auto, you know, in automation you can do it. Like, so for example, I do show automation. I can adjust the volume of this track, and you can see it like a sub track kind of thing. Uh, hmm. That would make life so much easier. I don't know how to do that though. Oh, okay. So for now, I just gotta keep moving. Um, wonder if I can. Can I have key switches? Spinning MIDI items plus their content. Turn on split MIDI events, and you can also turn on split MIDI controllers, which do the same. Allowing flexible expression maps for control, allowing flexible editing, avoiding accidental movement of switches with your music. This involves loading different articulations like legato, staccato, etc. in the same VST instrument, then having a dedicated MIDI track or using Cubase's expression maps. Send specific low notes or key switches to trigger these articulations. Video demonstrates how to do that. Route the key switches. On the key switch track, draw the low notes that correspond. Ensure both MIDI tracks are routed to the same instrument. Really? Add track. Instrument. Output to MIDI in. Would you look at that? It works that way. Oh wait, no, I didn't delete these. Hold on. Let me see it first. Does it still work? Oh my gosh, there it is. I didn't know. I didn't know. I seriously didn't know. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, learning something new every single freaking time. That is great. Ah, stand up and stretch. That whole woo. You that is just the moment you that is going to make life so much better, but I feel so frustrated that I didn't know about it for the longest time, or think about it for the longest time. What the heck? Oh my god! I feel so stupid. I've been doing this all. Oh wow! But you know, like I'm thinking back at school. I'm thinking, did they ever teach us that, or just no? They told us about key switches, but they didn't tell us we could. Or no school or anything kind of brought up the fact that we could just put the expressions and key switches on a separate MIDI freaking track and still call it to the. Oh my gosh! is so stupidly simple, but oh. Just wow. I wish this made it look like they made it kind of like a sub-track thing here. But I guess it's... I can do it as a folder, but then this would be a sub-track of the Peepa still. I mean, of the folder, not a... But I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. That is... That is fantastic. Oh my god. I feel so stupid. Why did I look this up ages ago? So now I can adjust the velocities of this without having to worry about the key switches here. William Riker, thanks. I feel it's a slow clap moment, actually. It's like, wow, dude. After all that, I just never thought of key switches being on a separate MIDI track. This is so... I'm so stupid. Okay. Okay. Color the folder. Not letting me color the folder. It's great to make those kinds of discoveries. Absolutely. It's like, oh, after all that time, like for 5 years, I've been doing it the horrible way. It's like, I want to go back to all of my other music and fix that. That is just... I don't even know how to color this anymore. It's different. Yeah, I wish I could organize it better, but this is still better than what I had before. Can't color the folder? What's happening here? Maybe select somewhere else. Yeah, there we go. Ah, my goodness. That's a whole... a ton of relief. Alright. Thanks for dropping on the stream. I was having that... It was just a weird moment. Whew! Now I know. Now I want to be able to extend these a little bit over. Let it ring out. Final note. Not like I'm muting them. Let's hear it. That one needs to be fixed. Now that makes it sound so much better because you hear the vibrato on the final notes, whereas there's no vibrato on the other notes, and I just woke up, just opened Twitch, and jumped into your stream at just the right moment. William. I was sitting there like, I wish I could do this, and I had to look it up, and I started like doing a Google search on it, and I was like, you can route a MIDI track, and it doesn't work, and I tried it out. Oh my goodness, man, that is, woo! It's like just another whole you've been doing it all wrong moments, and it's like, oh my goodness. School didn't teach me any of that either. Like, that was just something that I'm thinking, it's as simple as telling me, open up another MIDI track and you can point it towards your track and you can control the key switches on a separate track. That way you're not worrying about adjusting when they're overlapping like this. Oh my goodness. I know, right? Because before I was like picking it, I would say if I had a key switch over here, it would show up as another note like this, and then, but they'd be so close together like this. I'd be like, how do I adjust that one note? And I would be adjusting both together, and I'd be pissing me off a lot. But now I can just Fanir, thank you for dropping in on YouTube. There was just a moment. I just had a moment where I just discovered something new on my software and everything, and had to. Woo! Something that I wish school kind of taught me more. But wow, that is just awesome. This should bring out more. So combined with this, the key switches, you can hear the last note. I'm sustaining it a little bit better, with a little bit more vibrato, and that's coming out with this key switch here to hold more of a vibrato legato kind of thing. And that just, I was getting annoyed by it, but now I'm not as afraid of doing that. I hated key switches because that is just no, go away. You can close too. Can extend you somewhere out. That should do it. Right. Oh, wow. So, I didn't catch you guys on the last stream. For Nero, maybe. I think you came on my Tuesday stream, I believe. Wednesday stream. Why do I say Tuesday? I don't stream on Tuesdays. But yeah, how's your New Year so far? How's everything going? What kind of resolutions do you have? Are you hitting them actually, or starting on them? I mean, if you don't start it now, you probably won't get to it. I hope everything's been good. You had a happy holiday season. Depending on whatever you celebrate, or you don't even have to celebrate anything. Just have a good time and relax a bit. how to fill this section in. All right, so staring at the scene. Feel like I should. Well, I'm starting to slowly learn Japanese again after 2 months of not doing it. That's great for Niru. I mean, at least it's crazy because I kind of want to learn Japanese as well. I've always wanted to, just because I watch a lot of anime. And I've always watched it, and I didn't want to read subs, and I didn't want to use the dub. But eventually, I kind of gave in because when you get busy life, you ended up getting the dub version just because while you're washing dishes or anything, you can't just read the subtitles. And I didn't learn Japanese, so yeah, I wish I did for the longest time. And hopefully I can pump more videos on YouTube, even if it's just gameplay videos. No, yeah, definitely. Actually, I should check that I sub back to you. Let me do that really quick. Ooh. Why is it not opening YouTube? There it is. They muted. Oh, I am subbed. All right, I got you already. Just making sure. Oh yeah, I remember. I made a comment about what the games you play. How long have you been playing Arknights? Or did you stop that already? How long ago is this video? I love the artwork in Arknights. It's really cool how they managed to make everything visually appealing and identifiable, despite being tower defense, which tends to get very chaotic to look at. Looks like you've been playing Deep Rock. I do not have that actually. It is Deep Rock. Sure. Why does that look like a top-down shooter? Here's more. It looks like it. Okay, wait. Maybe I'm clicking on the wrong one. Oh, Survivor versus. Okay. I see it. One friend already owns this game. One friend wants this game. And I shall add this to my wish list and probably jump on it. And is this co-op in any ways? Maybe nope, single player. That looks cool. It's Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, not the original one. Well, I started like 6 months after release. As for the total login, I have like 1,100 days. I'm kind of burned out on it though. Yeah, no, that's a problem with those games, especially the gacha elements and everything. And how they keep trying to say you have to log in to keep up with it. There's a lot of games I try to do that, even on Roblox, because of my kids. You start a game and then they keep then you start feeling like it's like, here's another game you have to keep up with. Here's another game you have to keep up with. Here's a seasonal event that you have to unlock everything for before it's gone. And then you're sitting there scrambling, playing 30 games, thinking, I gotta get all the seasonal stuff. And then you burn yourself out in the process. I'm pretty sure you can relate to that. Like, there's a lot of games that you probably picked up on along the way. And then the fact that you try to stay loyal to a few games, but then it feels like you're also missing out on some of the newer games that are popping out, and there's always something new. So these online service games tend to it comes with a double-edged sword. For one thing, it has content, and it's plenty of content. You want to support these devs and how good the original game was and everything, but you kind of just wish they would just make more games, and but then you don't want all the hard work that you put into that one game to go to waste. So you're hoping that they'd actually add something more worthwhile, but it's usually just more skins or more. It just drags on a bit. Yes, sometimes they add more story elements, but it's so minor compared to all the collect all the achievements and grind out longer. So I kind of feel that pain about being burned out on it. I think that's why a lot of people are now favoring the single player. Like, you just enjoy the game, play it, finish it, move on to the next, and we're going back to that generation of gaming, like it originally was before all the network games. Which, I mean, network games and playing with your friends online and everything, fantastic. Meeting new friends online, also fantastic. But the way they try to keep the communities on together is just. It kind of takes its toll. And it sucks because if you don't have a community on your game, then it dies because you have nobody else to play with and everything, and they're designed to be multiplayer in the first place. So you don't want it to die, so you try to get people to stay on just a little bit longer to play with the other people who are catching up as well. And it's just it's such a hard. I feel for those devs. All right. I still want to play Arknights, although this time I only plan to focus on the roguelike mode. Okay. That Veneer said that. Sorry. Sometimes it sounds like I'm saying it for the people who are on the other um streams. I'm multi-streaming again. So I really don't know what I want to put in this section right here yet. What mood am I going for? That said, let's just change the clarinet. Too many notes. I didn't like how I had too many notes. Let's try. Remove this. Let's remove that. Too many notes makes things too active, and I don't want it always too active. It's supposed to be like Tifa's theme, a bit less active, but the piano can have runs, just not the. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Any New Year's resolutions at all, though? For William, anything? I mean, sorry, I'm mixing up the chats now. Um, William, any if you're still here, any New Year's resolutions? Anything you're trying to go for? Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, incoming ad break on Twitch. I don't know. Probably that would be where I can finally pick myself up. Says Fanira. Yeah. Right now, all I'd like to do is be able to finish this music a little bit faster. I want to grow. I want to grow, learn to do music faster because I have so many ideas in my head. And I have so many projects that I want to work on, and I just wish I could do more. Um, it's kind of hard because sometimes you get used to the pace that you're working at. So getting better is not something that comes to mind as I say I'm composing right now, and I feels kind of slow. And this is just this is my usual flow, but at the same time, there's so many developers out there that I've run into, and I love their games. And I said, you know what, I'd love to help you out with music. I just too slow. Get a little bit more legato there. Maybe a little bit of pause here for breath. Got off a little earlier. Copy that. Work faster, smarter. That sounds okay. Earlier I had something with too many notes and I wasn't too happy with that. This sounds a lot more... What's that song? Lazy Afternoons or something from Kingdom Hearts 2? I think this will help a lot as well. No, I don't like it. Hold on. Now it's completely neutral. Usually, so when you don't put any modulation on it, it usually comes out like this strong, straight off the top. And I like the notation, how it pops a little bit more, but now... Right. Abyss. Well. Alright, I'm just trying to imagine if I was a clarinet player. I would go up, not down. There. Much better. A little bit more. Need to lower my mouse is pulling. Drawing that badly. There we go. That start up here. See how that comes out. All right, let's see how that. You know what? Maybe I'm just having the volume a little too low. I mean, yeah. Let's do. I think I lowered it down because it was coming in too heavy. Because it was being played at the highest. Um, there. Exactly. That was it. It was just me having it too low at that time. Let's redraw this a bit. I hear it. There's a breath there. I can start it anywhere else. It already has that swell in the second section for some reason by itself. Taper off near the end. Earlier. Yeah, there you go. I don't know why the notes are missing here. Go play it. Hmm. That's a different situation here. Okay, so I'm probably not needing 16 in this section right here. Probably just need another. Maybe I'll keep the 16, but what I'll do is I'll double this part, put it here. So it's like this is the verse, this is a transition into the chorus. Trying to think of a song that does that really well. I'm gonna go to one of my pop music references. Excuse me for a bit. on YouTube. And the question is of whether or not this gets on my stream. Do it. This is to me one of the most underrated or how is there only less than 1 million views on this track? And it's such a catchy track. It just makes me so upset. It's been around for 15 years. Only so here's verse. Second, like it's a second section. That's kind of what I'm trying to do right here. But on obviously a totally different genre. Back to verse. It's a Korean track, by the way. I should show the credits. Here it is. So this is where'd it go? Why are you going up there? So this is the Classic Bike project from their first album 15 years ago. And into their chorus section. But what I'm trying to get is the two tonal directions that they have in the beginning. Hold on, doorbell. Give me 1 moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. No, I just what a face that I paused at. I feel like paused faces are never great. Especially in anime, sometimes you catch them with the weirdest looks. Okay, yeah. So how do I want to go about this? So this is more about the form of the song, of the music, than it is the what do you call it? The form of the song. Do I do 2 and then this and then to the main area right here? It's coming in too loud now. Hold on. Need to lower that down a bit. Where did that copy over here? All right. See how it kind of goes back into this. And I thought this was just going to be more of a transition and then a verse. Maybe I don't. Shucks, because I doubled this first measure. If I remove this, for example, it becomes very repetitive and kind of boring. So what I could do is just remove this, play from here. And this would be a 16-bar intro. Which I don't think I should do either. Not unless I flourish it a little bit more. Only it's nice. It's a nice intro. But if you listen to Tifa's theme, the way it intros, it moves. It keeps moving. It keeps your interest. It sets the mood. This one kind of goes back. But it ends in a nice silence and before it carries into the next section. That's something that can be. You know what? Let's go to Tifa's theme. I cannot play it too long. I will get flagged for sure. But it is an absolute just reference at this point. Just disclaiming it. It is. I'm trying to look for inspiration. I am not copying this music at all. Oh my goodness, Tifa's theme. Which version do I want to use? Let's use the remakes. Nope. They have this long intro. Then it goes into the song. That's too much harp going on there, in my opinion. They did that for the fanfare, and everyone to go, ah. That was definitely not. That was there for the nostalgia of the original players, I would say. Here's the piano version. Used to be able to play this whole intro. That intro is just an intro, and it goes to the main song. Yeah. So if that's the direction I want to go with it. Actually. at that. Yeah, so with one less note, it doesn't feel like it's running into another section. And I give it to the... Then I go into this whole... That might work. It just might be too many notes. Yeah, I think it's just too many notes. Let's start from 5. Because this area, maybe I'll just cut this out, make this the intro, and then play the clarinet from here to give it that nice. Because I don't want too much. And I think the intro on the piano version of Tifa's theme was just right. If you go back to, if I go back to the FF7 remake version, I feel like it's too much. Oh, they open with the piano, which is gorgeous. Keeping it nice and simple like that. A little bit callback. No, they kept the piano simple and sweet. Now, the original version has a bit of a MIDI synth clarinet going on, or clarinet oboe-ish hybrid. it was the PlayStation 1, so there was a bit of limitation there with the compressed audio. So here's Tifa's theme on the... Hey, Axiomi, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. I'm a little bit closer to buying those guitars. the instruments. I appreciate that so much. So you can hear how the intro changes here, and it's very simple. But then they actually detract and go simple to the flute. It's funny how you can identify these synth instruments and still... It's quite interesting how you can still identify the instruments as clearly as it is, but you can imagine what it should have sounded like with live, real instruments instead of the way it got compressed for FF7. And I don't know if anybody caught this last stream, but I said how amazing it is that they fit this entire soundtrack with the game on 3 CDs, considering how many songs are on this album. They had to really compress everything together so that everything fit on 3 CDs. So, whew, hats off to Square Enix on that one. Today, everybody's like, I'm going to make a 40, 50 gig game and just not care about any of you. How much was now I don't even remember. Like, I feel like CDs were like, what, 800 megabytes? Not even a gig. You had to squeeze the entire game into 3 gigs. So, in all respect, those devs and those low poly images and everything, where, yes, we have gorgeous artwork today and everything. But they squeezed FF7 into 3 discs. Just thinking about that. It wasn't even DVDs back then. There was just, 750 to 800 megabytes versus how big is a DVD? I can't even remember anymore now. I think it's 4.7 gigs. This is my alt. Okay. Axiomi says this is their alt account. Oh, yeah, I just noticed it does look different. Confirmed. Oh, for the file sizes. Yeah, so like how they crammed all of those together. That it's amazing. um it is absolutely fantastic how they pulled it off and compressed everything. Can only imagine how the artist wanted it to sound just much bigger, but it didn't. And then I'm also thinking at the fact that like, did the artist really want it to sound that much bigger? Because when they released the actual soundtrack afterwards, it wasn't like it was any more grand or anything, and they squeezed it all into the discs. It was the same quality. So actually, now that I think about it, if that's the case, Xenogears sounds absolutely gorgeous for compressed audio and the game being on the same disc. Whew. Okay, so that'll be my inspiration. Maybe I cut this out. This intro out. Set it at 5. It's not hard to fix this up. Move this over as the inspiration to the next section. I'm not moving anything over yet because this is such a pain in the our move. I muted you. Now I can actually do something else entirely. Before I was constricted to the chordal structure here. Blank canvas. This entire section is blank canvas. And I think melody dominates here because I like how Tifa's theme works and how I get to do something similar. Start with the piano. Hey, hold on. Tifa's theme. Maybe I can do something along those. I didn't want to go in that direction with this character. I could have done something pretty and something like that, but this is more best friend than it is. I don't know if it's even best friend. I didn't get that far in the story yet. And that would sound too much. It gives me the Disney vibe better, more than anything else. So it would be. Now I'm going some chords. That's more feel than it is anything. But I want melody. I want something that sticks. So let's go back to melody. And this is it's actually hardest, in my opinion, to start with melody because, like if you start with chords, I could just, for example, I can do this. See, I could do something like that. It's easy to just pick out notes from the chord. But then the melody is now kind of secondary to the feel, where I want the melody to be the dominant. So now if I start with the melody, then the harmony kind of just follows whatever notes I pick out for the melody. So if I, for example, and I spoke about this on the last stream for those who just hopped in, if I do Mary Had a Little Lamb, I can now pick any note that starts with an E in the beginning on the 1, 2, and. So I can start with anything that has an E. So, for example, if I wanted to go with an E minor, I can start with an E minor, I can go with a C. I can go with a A minor. And you can change the chords, or I can start with a. So you can change the chords around any way you want as long as you have a melody. Versus if you have the chords first, then the melody needs to follow whatever the. If I start an F, I have to use F, A, C, E as one of my. Or I could have started on another note like. And it basically has to start. Well, the best way to go about it is to start with a note that's in the chord at the start of every measure. So if I start with chords, I gotta do that. So that makes everything a little bit more on the compositional side, a little bit more complex, or a little bit more limiting. versus if I want to come up with a very memorable melody. So now I want to blank canvas is what I said from the start. Um, from a compositional standpoint, where do I want to go with this? And I already do have a bit of a chordal position. I am still in the G major chord. I don't have to start on G major, but I could start on anywhere. Technically, I am stuck on G major. Technically, unless I do a shift. I'm also stuck on the pentatonic. Unless I do a key switch straight from the start. If I do that, that's G A B D. So G major add 2. There we go. We can go with something along those lines. All right. So again, sometimes I don't have an idea where I want to go with it, so I use theory to kind of fill in a starting point, and then using theory, you kind of can go from there, and that just allows you to get some ideas, and then it becomes forget screw theory, just go with something that sounds nice. But theory is a great starting point if you get writer's block when it comes to music. That sounds okay. Okay. I will just write it in another track really quick. Wait. I'm on piano harmony. Do it there. Instrument. No, duplicate the track. Up. Thought process. Nope. Mm-hmm. No. Not for her. Not for Red. I see. That's the problem with a lot of my music. Sometimes I wing it. I love the song, and that's why I have a lot of side songs that never make the cut. It's not that it doesn't make the cut for because the producer doesn't like the music. It's more the fact that I didn't think it fits the scene right. Hmm. Hmm. It's not. Let's do. Nah, that's okay. I like the G better. Okay. Okay, yeah, I can do that. So. And the chords will just follow. Uh, ah. It's always when you're recording that you screw it up. I don't know why that happens. Good start. One. Yeah, so it's in fours. 1, 2, 3. No, am I in threes or fours here? Wow, 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 wow. Wait, wait, wait. 1, 2, 3. So this is fours, this is threes, this is 3 and 4. Um 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. I could make it fours and I could make it threes. Let's try it as threes. And three is this would be 1 measure here, 2 measures, 3 measures, and 4 measures. That's already, this cuts this a lot shorter because you're gonna cut out one measure every 4, in a sense, or 1 set of beats or 4 count of beats every. No, see, and now I think I'm doing the 3 and 4 thing here. Two, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And this is how I had this accident. I did the same thing right here in the melody because it just feels right for this character. Now it just feels like this should have been a 4. So this is a 4, and that's a 3. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Interesting. So the intro itself is the only one that's not doing the whole 3/4 thing in that case. I could do that. Mm-hmm. Now that the problem with that is it sounds the same in terms of the whole that in the starting notes. Then it doesn't. The distinction between chorus and verse is not clear. So this means this, even though it sounds nice, does not work. So I should probably come from the upper position. I have the hardest time building on the most crucial character. Okay, so let's go back to Robin's theme. Robin, who is our main protagonist. I've revisited Robin's theme many times actually. Can play the main theme really quick. Just to say and keep it in line. So here's the Red Rebellion trailer. What is this? This song has no verse yet. It skips straight into chorus as well. All right, so we got that. Go to my channel. How do I go to my own channel? How do I do? Home? That's not the home. What is going on here? Go this way? No, that's gonna my go. Ah! Glim music. That's ridiculous. Kazuchi's soundtrack. Where is the other videos? Here's the Red Rebellion track. Tell You a Tale, for example. It follows the same melody as the flute. Do 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 do. And then I use the same theme on the map theme, which I don't have on YouTube yet. I did compose it live, so I can play that. It is desktop. Is be found right now for some reason. Um, Wish I didn't have to point to it every single time. Gonna remove it from the YouTube now. But okay, what can I do about it? So I have this song. Need to point it. Need to point it. Playing by yourself. Why do we? What? Can't even find it. Give me one moment. There it is. So it's very thematic. And this is what I have to do with Red's theme as well. Oh, now again, that's why the melody is very, very important. For this part, I don't want this to sound like this. This part's fine. This part is the same as the chorus, unless I change the chorus, which I don't want to. I feel that would work. That would definitely work. Nope. Nope. No, not that either. Huh. What chord would go here? Because I'm using Western tone. This would also sound. when it all comes together, I'm gonna be it's just gonna fit, and it's just gonna be, I'm gonna be super thankful. uh, nope, I didn't like that part. I winged it like that ending, but this start. One, two, three, one. I can do threes. Whoa, 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 what the heck happened there? 64. Woo! Ah, it feels like it. 2, 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Feels like this needs to be, that needs to be the 4. Unless I do that as a grace note. No. Doesn't this feel like it should be 4? Ah. I think it's following suit with the 3/4 of the rest of it. The whole song follows 7. I'm not sure why. That is incredibly fun. Fun. It just feels more dramatic. I don't have the right words for it. My pedaling's completely off now at this point. Move that. Place these here. Wait, that's not even going to be a measure anymore. Just feels like it should be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. How do I do that? Man, I've never written a song like this in the same ever, like that goes alternating like this. So I'm not even sure that it should be in sevenths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dude, this over here is 3 and 3 4 and 4 4 because of the way it's phrased. Oh no. um Even this doesn't even line up anymore. And that's why I didn't merge it before. X. Let me change that back really quick. No, I can't. Oh, man. There. I gotta bump that over with a 4. That is, I don't know what to do with that. Let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is definitely 3 4 4 4 versus 7, but this feels more like 7. This is definitely 7, because this is like, if you look at it, this whole section right here is one train of thought. It doesn't actually do like a repeating pattern, and it's not individually split. But this over here, Pipa is the one. Here's the 3, here's the 4, here's the 3 again, but here's its own 4. Here's its own 3 again, but here again it has its own 4. Because this doesn't repeat. Otherwise, this would be 14, because this is where the repeat is, and that's ridiculous. um... It doesn't help that the left hand also, or the harmony has a new start of the arpeggiation on those notes as well. So if I do this, if I do something like this, let me hear it. Wait. This is funny. It starts in an A, but the G. No, I can't. This is still the same chord, even the same progression. I'm not starting it over. If I did that, it would be. I could do that. Then it'd be one. Then you can do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 again, or I could just do sevens. Let me try that. So some A/B testing here. Let's just duplicate the tracks twice. Boom. I'll just draw it. I'm not thinking anymore. So it could be this. Or it could be mute this one. Did I do here? Oh. Aha. See, I can do something like that. So it's either this is a complete 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's kind of weird. Do 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. That might work. Happening. That long run makes it a good 6 instead. Nope, I need to adjust you back. Pedaling's really annoying. Some reason, even with the pedal going off over here, for example, the notes that carry over. Let me just solo that really quick. It's an issue with this piano for some reason. This is still holding. This should be gone the moment this pedal gets lifted. So either that or it's the reverb that's carrying over somehow too heavily. Let me try that without the reverb. No, that there's a that's continuously going through. So say when I lift the pedal, if I'm hitting just for those who don't know what's happening here, I play piano. When I lift up the key stops and it kind of fades out. Now I'm gonna push down the foot pedal and it rings out, but the moment I lift the pedal, it's supposed to stop. So I can keep the pedal down and you'll hear it ringing out because that's a sustain pedal. It lets the notes ring out. The moment I lift the pedal, it should stop. Or I can hold the key down and then lift my finger off and it should stop. The same concept of like holding down the key. The problem I'm having right now is right now I'm soloed just for this track. You hear this ringing out past this. This is the foot pedal that's supposed to stop all of these notes from ringing through the rest of the notes. Because the problem is when if all the notes are ringing together, let me give an example. Everything is ringing out still, but I'm playing notes on top of it, and it's getting washed out a little bit. Yes, you can hear the impact of the first note, but when two notes are clashing with one another, it sounds really bad. And that's something I'm trying to figure out what's happening here, because if you listen to this note, try to keep that in mind. This one note here. You're gonna let go of the pedal and play it. It should have been just these three notes. If we hear just these three notes, but instead it has all of this. It has all of this happening. Wait, so for example, and it's just washing together, and it's not supposed to. I even turned off. Oh, no, I didn't turn off the room tone of that one. Let me try it. No, it's ringing through. Ah. Is there a reverb that's on? No. Compressor and equalizer are off. The mixer, the reverb is off. Not quite sure what you're doing. Because this is the room setup. If I turn the reverb on, the reverb should be affected by this room setup. Maybe if I just turn it off, see if it works. No, the previous note is ringing still. You can hear this note also ringing when this comes in. And this pedal is off. It should be zeroed, completely off, no. Huh. Soundboard resonance, maybe? Let's try that. Kind of. But it sounds... Yuck. Hold on, let me remove this first. Huh. This note is still ringing through. That note is still ringing right through. Ah, that's. And it's causing this whole. Why are you doing this? It doesn't do this when I use the other piano. Or does it? Shouldn't be the mics. It's a soundboard thing, isn't it? Definitely the damping in the soundboard. The pedal noise I removed because you can still hear the pedal noise, but it's really like a very clicky sound. But here's the pedal noise. When you hear, like, when somebody's stepping down on the foot pedal, you can hear the mechanics of the piano being held. We don't want that. It works for some tracks, but I don't like it too much on a gentle track because it's a gentle track and all of a sudden you hear doom 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 doom. So it's like arr. But my issue right now is that piano is sustaining as it is. Key off. No. What happens if I just remove the key off noise? Wait, that worked. Why did that work? Okay, I'll just take it. So key off. Soundboard. And soundboard. All right. So now the other problem to solve is how long do I want to hold the notes? Nope, it's still ringing out. What a pain. Off, that's off. Okay. feel like there should still be 4. I don't know. Interesting. It always looks like there's a message popping up when the ad break in progress is going. For those of you knowing what's going on Twitch versus YouTube. Now I'm thinking on Phantom of the Opera is how the chords kind of rise while you're sustaining. Let's space these out. But I'll play it differently. I have I have another idea of how that's gonna be played. Where did I have a pedal down. Hello? Now I have the opposite problem happening here. I think I know or might know what's going on here. I think the pedaling of one is affecting the other, even though they're two separate pianos. That's kind of like a yikes moment. Because look, the sustain pedal's all the way up here. So that shouldn't be affecting anything. Like it should be sustain. Oh no, look at that. There's two versions of the sustain there. The same. I found what the problem is. It's when there's two overlapping versions of the track. Okay, okay. See how there's like a couple of slashes going across? So basically, if I drag this down, there's another version of it underneath it. You did it again! Yeah! Ah, just trying to find out what's going on here. It's like discovering all these different things that are happening. Um, Interesting that the foot pedals of one affect the other, even though it's the pedaling of this. Still the same instrument, so I guess it does clash. Interesting. Do I want it to be slow like that? Can I go that high up? Let's see if I'm allowed to. That clashes. Are they linked in some way other than being the same instrument? No, the tracks themselves individually should be controlled on per row. Like if you look at these tracks, but it shouldn't. I just deleting it and doing it over might fix it even. That was just a test to see if these overlap in any way, which it doesn't. You can go all the way up to that G without affecting anything. That'll be great, actually. I don't know what pace I want. That's kind of what I want to do. Left hand doing that. Ah, totally missed. Three, four, one. Oh. I don't even know what my second chord is supposed to be. That's the problem. Like I said, you can start with chord progression, or you can start with melody, and the melody makes it so that you have to figure out what the chord needs to be. But you have to also have the freedom of what the chord needs to be. But I'm dominating with the. BD, GBD, F sharp. That's too dramatic. Cannot use that. That was too dramatic for her. I want it calming. Hmm. Okay. I got it. I got it. I got it. So it would be outline the notes. Hello. There. To do it. All right. So that came out much better. Um we just match the pedaling a little bit. This that helps. Okay. Now that was just a thought process. Question is how it would sound if it was actually in the. Why is it off time? Lose the sustains. I forgot, like, when. Let's just raise you up first, so I can hear the notes fine. Right? Oh, wait, that's a sustain. What is going on here? I don't want this. Why? That's my mistake. I was just not paying attention to it. All right, that is actually going to be great. It doesn't sound great right now, but I can hear where it needs to go. I am going to make this sound great. That is okay. Yes, thank goodness. Four, and it's just 3, 4. I'm wrong. This could be 7. That sounds more nostalgic. Too long. Go. Why does the harp seem so quiet here too? And you should not be sustained. Sustained pedal on harp is. Oh, wait, there's nothing here anymore. Ah, I gotta move it all back. Like there's a sustain going on here or something. Um. I need a sustain to hold that all together, like a pad. I don't know what instrument I would be using. Would it be the oboe there? Or... the oboe down, the clarinet down. I need a pad. Usually I have like the cello or something, but I feel like the cello. Maybe. Maybe. Excuse me. Oh, came out at the same time as my. We can remove the thought process tracks. Muzio. Let's see. That's cool. It's kind of new. Send a legacy. Oh my gosh, they might, I want to try these different things. It's just not right now. I'm in the middle of creating. I don't like how this is done. Can I flag it as a favorite? Like, oh, check that out. They're the ones that downloaded only. This is interesting. It's 0, but it still affects. It doesn't happen. Huh. Okay. Doing too long. Sorry. Too early. I don't like the cello there. The oboe holds it. If it's not, I can do the bassoon. That's too low for that oboe. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. Maybe just remove the harp first. Mute you. Absolutely hate it. I loved it and then I hated it. I don't know why. I'm looking at this scene. It is not hitting me like this. All of this. I'm gonna play the game a little bit. So I'm gonna see if I can expand this, make it a bit bigger. All right. So before this scene, the music sounds like this. Since Nottingham is growing so quickly, I argued that the country needs 2 sheriffs. John and the council saw the value of my words. After all, we cannot allow the rule of law to continue to fall apart in such harmless times as these. Yes, gratefully so. I must leave you two now, as I have other engagements. I bid you both farewell. How do you know my father? To the point, I see. We met at the port in town of King Laius. Even though the pronunciation, I wish they had a little bit. A number of months ago, we became good friends. What happened to him? There was a disease spreading in the area that unfortunately brought your father low. He was near death's door, but managed to recover. Alas, he was still too weak to travel. He bade me to see you in his stead. What a silly old man. Why would he send a marriage engagement? Men do all sorts of things when once face to face with death. Perhaps he did not wish to leave you alone. I apologize, this is sudden and much to take in. But will you prefer it? I could make myself cozy in the nearby inn for a few days. To give you some time to gather your thoughts. It would make me a lousy host. Were I to allow such a thing. We have more than enough room for you. I shall have a servant prepare your chambers. My maid moves to the side with a quick curtsy. I appreciate your hospitality, Lady Alicia. This guy's... forward, I'm not do a long conversation. And at the time, Robin is also running away because she stole a purse. Somebody was like hunting her down. They're sniffing for the purse. They found me already. I pull a knife from the sheath and ready to hit myself for the inevitable. Red, you scared me again. Basically, she rides Red back. Barking, clamoring fade into the distance as we practically fly past the trees. An image of Robin riding Red, a silhouette of her, would be really cool here. I should mention that. Some silent treatment here. I'll have little candlelight flickering sounds in the back. Maybe an owl in the because they're about to go to bed. Grandmother. So I'm doing the sound effects for this game as well. So, woohoo! In the background. I told you not to call me back. What did you do? Foot taps the ground with increasing patience. Nothing at all. I'm sorry I messed up. Things didn't go unplanned and I don't need excuses. Your one mistake can endanger everyone around you. You're not aware of this. Of course I am. That's why I decided to do it all by myself. I won't take anyone else's life. So basically, after this scene, you're getting chewed out for making a mistake. I'm gonna move forward. Anybody who wants to play the demo can play the demo. I need to get back to the music. So essentially, it goes like a go to your room kind of thing. Or I do go to my room, and Red's there to join me. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this. Or I'm not cut out for this. Here's Red, and the music plays right here. You know, right here. Granny's isn't wrong, but that doesn't mean you can't learn from this experience. And I need to play this. I don't believe it was a total failure. You think so? One way or another, you will figure it out because it's you. Nothing is without risk. You just need to make the risk as small as possible. I suppose. Anyway, I never thanked you for coming to rescue me. Always, now Steve, you will need all the rest you can get. And basically there's longer scenes, but this one's gonna end really soon. So the song does need to be longer. Or if somebody decides to idle out on the game and play. And then it goes into this song right after. Oops. Forgot to stop the composer side of things. This place has always felt magical. Granny's nickname feels more than appropriate at times. What are you thinking about? Nothing of consequence. Oh, before I forget, for you and your collection. Ah, oh, this is a nice one. Glad you like it. I found it right before things went sour. Seeing red past the rock, back and forth between her hands lifts my spirits. Her fingers caress the smooth gray banding as if it were threads on a beautiful gown. I thank you. Oh, Hen, is that another rock? How many must you have? Never enough. She gives me a wink and saunters off to the blooming planters. There lies hidden the many rocks in her collection. And pow, there's her rock collection. I wish she would find somewhere else to put her rock stacks. They make the field look so beautiful, though. It's quite a work of art, is it not? She waves her hand around, exasperated. So you can see how the music kind of just generates a mood. And that's the mood I'm trying to generate here. Or create for the immersion of it all. This sense of safety, security. But for Red's theme right here, one way or another, you will figure it out because it is you. It is just, this is supposed to be this moment. I love my compositions, don't get me wrong. I love how this is coming out in a way, but I just don't like that it doesn't match the scene how I want it to match. And this is, again, for all of you who are composing or creating, producing games, this is at least, this is the treatment that you get out of having a composer. They'd sit and they're supposed to sit down and figure out what makes the immersion work. They're not just some library of music that says, "Here, I'm gonna give you some background music," and that's it. You can do that on your own. You can go to some website and just find some background music and pay for a license there. This is what custom music is supposed to be like. So it's like, you know, you hear. I wonder what if it would work. Move the harp for now. Bring the harp back. I need to balance that harp back out. There's some really harsh notes. Move the harp, bring the piano back. That where this song goes, but like say you had a and again, I'm gonna make variations of it. Anybody who's played Mizuchi knows that I've created maybe 5 or 6 versions of the same song, maybe just a piano version. I'll make alternate versions to match the scenes, but essentially this is going to be the main version. So I do have the full version of this part coming up. Am I hearing double? think that's supposed to be like that. What happened there? I'm annoyed with this harp. Some of these notes are coming in really hard. Whew. That is what makes this a little bit tricky, but I'll take it. Fortuna, welcome to the stream. I figure you come more around noontime nowadays. Sometimes you make it early in the morning. By the way, I do want to hop on one of your games. Willard, if you're here, or Fortuna, if you're going to be able to. Let's book for Friday. There are some games I'm supposed to be playing. I just haven't set up for that. I do feedback Fridays every Friday, typically, except for this Friday, which I'm doing some catch-up work. And unfortunately, I'm still stuck. It's kind of like a little bit of writer's block to make things work. I think it's because right now, and I have the hardest time writing the most pivotal scenes because I take extreme care for it. Like the map is just a map. I'm not expecting it to be grand or anything. A tragedy happened. What? Do tell. What happened? Hungry Paimon is no longer a Twitch emote. Why? Why is that? Oh. What did Twitch do? No, why? What happened? It just Twitch didn't accept it, or what happened? Did they just? Yeah. You know what you do? Just wait another month and resubmit, or resubmit something close to it. Oh, geez, that's just why. You know, even this pig for some reason went like, okay, so this pig they accepted right away, but this pig they had it under review for a while. I was like, what could be wrong with this thing? Well, why would they? It took them like about a week and a half to approve that one compared to my first one. How much more? Well, it's a pig. You know, how uh, is it now? It's just a piglet. It's supposed to be one of my kids. Um, like if you ever watch my other streams with the kids playing with me. Hold on, let's see if I can make him pop up. Oop. So there's the kids playing on top of my head and stuff. So yeah, when I stream with my kids, you'll see them like that. Suggestive, huh? Hmm. Never looked at it that way. Hmm. I am not a fan of the new section I'm writing. One of those things I gotta need to mull over. Maybe I revisit the song and just come back to it. Roxy understands. Yeah, how did you learn that, like, you couldn't use your Hungry Paimon emote anymore? Did it just, like, did they give you a warning, or it was just gone and you couldn't add it? I just tried to use it. If I, give me one moment. How do I not have you on follow? I have you on follow before. I am so confused. Maybe they unfollowed and all this other stuff. Let me hold on. Badges, emotes. Trying to set no longer a global emote. I'm just trying it out for you now. Wait. Why? Because subscribers can now use Glow Music emotes in all channels. Wait, why? Why did they do this? How did I see it? Hmm. I'm not sure what's going on here. Actually, I'm noticing. Did they just remove all global emotes like that? I am. Yeah, no. I'm just wondering why I don't see it. It's just gone. Maybe. 36 emotes got. Oh, you're right. Twitch removes dozens of popular global emotes. Full list of names. Out of since just one day? Oh my gosh. No. They got rid of Darth Jar Jar. Interesting. But why? End of the licensing deal of third-party emotes may be the reason for the massive purge. They didn't say why though. There's speculation, but many of these look like third-party characters. Yeah. But I can't imagine Iron Mouse not wanting her emote. Angry Paimon and Iron Mouse. A lot of these are high staple stream ones. Yo Ramen's gone too. uh That is a lot. Twitch has to at least tell people about this. That's just Is Twitch losing money? They can't be, right? I mean, it's Amazon, so they probably have the budget from that end to actually. Twitch is losing money. Transfer pricing. Twitch pays its parent company Amazon for using AWS as its ad network. Lower viewer streams. Most streams have very few viewers but still incur significant costs, like outweighing revenue from popular channels. Ad revenue struggles, increased ad density, ads per hour. Poor ad experience has alienated viewers and creators, while Amazon's integration into its global ad sales team. According to YouTube, creator monetization issues. Viewers are cutting back on subscriptions and donations, making it harder for the creators to earn. Amazon sees Twitch as a strategic asset that drives engagement for its core Prime membership, even if Twitch itself isn't profitable. I mean, like, the fact that they're giving away $2.50 practically for every Prime sub. In a sense, because you're already paying for the Prime membership and then you're giving the extra bit every month. It's Amazon wants it to be more rentable. This is Twitch's backhanded way of forcing Fortuna Street to sub to Hungry Paimon's channel. There's that. um I don't know. I feel like Twitch could have done so much. It could be so much more. Like if you're playing a game or something, they should already have links and revenue and earnings potential from every single project that pops up. It should link to some way of purchasing it through Amazon or something, you know? Why is maybe I should make my own channel so I can get fairy emotes I can use everywhere. I mean, I think you still have to be an affiliate before you can get the emotes going. But it's not that hard to get affiliate anymore. I'm pretty sure all of us we would support you just to push affiliate. Once upon a time, getting affiliate was actually really, really painful. I think you had to have 75 to 100. Yeah, that's what Amazon Luna was for. It was, but it's for some reason, like, if I'm right now, I'm composing music, right? I'm in the music category, and you're supposed to. And there's a lot of people in the just chatting category, for example. And what are you supposed to pick up from there? You know, they should have, and I feel like it should have been easier to be able to say to mention something on Twitch, and then their AI. I mean, they have a ton of AI stuff going on. They could have just say, "Hey, AI, Amazon, add this to a product list." You know, it's somewhere on your. They have it on their products and everything, and then it should be on this whole list of, easy pop up on the screen kind of thing. It should have been very straightforward at this point. There was some way to help generate more money for Amazon that Twitch itself isn't the main source of income for Twitch. It should be all the additional stuff to bring more value to it. But I one of the things that bothers me is they set the bar for affiliate much lower. Primarily because they want everybody to have ads on their channel. Um Versus people who struggle to get there. Like I had to get I think 75 to 100 followers before I can get affiliate. Now it's only 20, 25, 20 or 25 just to hit affiliate. Um and then an average of 4 viewers, not 10. So or 7. I think at one point it had to be just 7 for me, and that's when I was able to hit it. Um and it's not just like 7 viewers. It's an average of 7 viewers or anything. So if you stream for like 10 hours with only 1 viewer, and then you finally get like 10 viewers for like an hour, it's not going to work. You still had to have them consistently on. So you have to find that timing for everybody um, to kind of help and support you in your initial steps to getting affiliate. Or you just really had to grow your audience and stay around long enough. And that system also hurts them because the cost of streaming to your audience. Say I started streaming for like 3-4 hours by myself, and my channel's on their page, and they have to get the video and broadcast. That's obviously gonna hurt them versus 10 11 people viewing that page or the channel straight from the start. So I don't know what their strategy is there, but
definitely they need to step up their game with that one. I don't think Amazon should ever get rid of Twitch, but they don't have a video on demand system that's worthwhile because YouTube is pretty much dominating. So is TikTok, in that way. Um, that like if you want to flip back and watch somebody's video, there's a lot to be made there, and I feel like Amazon just said that all the Twitch streamers, if you want your videos to stay on video on demand, you have to export it to their competitors. And then say you were really popular with your video, or a video ended up really popular, it would end up on another platform, and there's no ad revenue to be made there. So they're kind of missing out on that too. Because I figure the video on demand is probably easier to work with um, than live streams. Oh, by the way, if all you devs, while you're creating your games and everything, I saw this one game. It was a clicker game, but every time they were streaming, and you were also playing the clicker game on the side, and this was a really cool idea, in my opinion. Um, if you were watching their stream, somehow they had the game linked up in a way where, um, they gave everybody watching the stream, um extra credits and points or anything, or while you were watching the stream you were able to get, like, the drops and everything for that. But watching the devs create the game while you were clicking or playing on the other game itself was actually really a nice touch, in my opinion, to help get support for those devs, especially for people who like those games. So if anything, that's another recommendation I would have for everybody, to like say, hey, um put a little ad on the corner saying, "Hey, on this and this day, we are going live on stream and working on this game a little bit more, such like that. Like it's an ongoing production, or on my next game. And hey, you come support and win or get something from in this game, some skins or something." So usually, devs can find ways to actually help generate extra revenue through Twitch, but I didn't see it as popular as it used to be. And I feel like the most popular streamers, especially because of the pandemic, all the celebrities hopped on the stream, and it really disrupted the market. It kind of ruined the market, in my opinion. The fact that somebody like T Pain and David Guetta and all of them had thousands of viewers in the music category, um, and then all the original people, the during that time I was already hitting 15, 16 people watching my stream before that, and then suddenly it was going down to like 5 or 6, and nobody was dropping by my streams because everyone went to the more big names, and yours would be somewhere on the bottom of that list when everyone is. And then all of them left. All, like, Mike Shinoda was on there from that group, the why am I drawing a blank? um how the heck do I not remember? I was just listening to them. um Linkin Park. Jeez. Mike Shinoda from Linkin Park was streaming for the longest time. He dropped and went back to actually doing music, but for the longest time they were all on Twitch, and there was no way. I feel like, yes, they did bring a nice audience with them, but they also took a large amount of audience away, and then people were just not browsing general streamers anymore the same way they used to. So I am still thinking about this song while I'm talking. Um. All you have to do is get famous. Oh my goodness. I don't want to be too famous. I feel like that's a double-edged sword. Like, I stream because I do want to generate the revenue. I want to generate a little bit and be able to support indie games and everything. Yes, it would be cool to be famous in doing that. But then there's this whole aspect of just creating for the sake of really being able to focus and create without having the pressures of being watched every moment is also just gone when you do that. If that makes sense. Which is why I do the whole Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I get my Tuesdays and Thursdays to myself, or if I need to do some errands and everything. I would love to be able to probably work more on the weekends for some music and then keep my Tuesdays and Thursdays completely open, but yeah. Hungry Paimon, no! I'm feeling so bad for Fortuna. Ah! Does she still have? Let's go to the. That's fine. I will survive. Oh no. Actually, now we're gonna check Hungary. Where? That has to come from another streamer. Huh. Trying to see if there's a way to, aside from going to their channel and getting it. That sucks. I was thinking like at the very least they would have a channel somewhere where you can sub to them or follow them and then get it back. TV angel. Bear fairy, I guess. It's more an angel than a fairy. I bet you Blizzard has a lot of ads and stuff going to Twitch. Maybe it's a whole promotion thing. Because MiHoYo hasn't been really pushing their products anymore. There was a long time, there was these whole Stream Elements and Steam Elements partnered with Twitch and everything, and the whole, if you play their game on stream for so and so, you would hit these goals and then you make some money off of it and everything. The sponsored game stuff. And I saw a lot, like Genshin Impact especially was like a staple for the longest time. There's this one streamer, and it depends on how many followers you have. But there was this one streamer who accidentally showed their sponsorships. And if they took the sponsorships, and MiHoYo was paying them like, I think $15,000 just to stream their game if they wanted to do it. And obviously they didn't click on the campaign, but for me it was like, oh, we'll give you 25 bucks. So if I have more followers, the more they pay. It's the strangest thing. Like the more famous you are, the more you can make. The more you make, the more famous you can become. It's okay. We won the Fairy Wars. Maybe just ask Mei Xing to come up with some more fairy emotes and go from there. We'll petition Mei Xing. Hey, can you make a fairy emote? Or we'll put on mine for your sake. I don't know, fairy pig. All right. I'm gonna play it one more time to kind of get a feel of where I left off, kind of know what's happening. It is almost 1:30, so I do need to jump off. I hate having writer's block when it comes to music stuff. It is not a burnout situation here. It's more of, hey, you know, I tried something, I don't like it. I tried something again, I didn't like it. It doesn't sound bad. It's just a matter of, does it fit the mood that I was trying to create, and it's not there. Maybe if I reference some of my older tracks. I know a lot of people like the Mizuchi soundtrack. And that should be enough to kind of go back to my roots. But I don't know what track would fit there. One, two. Some days might work. Point it back to YouTube. Oddly enough, this is one of my lesser favorite songs of my collection. I know some people like it, but it just didn't hit where I wanted it. But it fits perfectly in Mizuchi. what I'm looking for. I mean, that's more of a in-between filler track, or just a general moment. It's just some days are good, some days are bad, and it's just the day. I needed a song for the general daytime, the game. The more I listen to this song, the more I'm wondering how I created it. I kind of winged it, but the more I look at it, it's like because my mind has changed in the way I've started composing music. It's kind of I feel like I almost couldn't create something like that again. I don't know how to explain it, but it just feels like I can't. I wouldn't be able to have composed Alone in Thought today compared to what I did 5 years ago. I don't know why. Maybe I have to unlearn certain things that I created already. I don't know what it is. It's just something about the way the song was made that makes it really hard to recreate. Hmm. For those of you who played the Red Rebellion, you'll know where this is in the game. Hmm. It's funny how Discord is making my pig jump up and down a lot more. But you guys can't hear anything coming out of my mic, and it's not supposed to be triggering all of that. So, like, huh? As soon as I said that, my pig stops. This makes it so tough. I have some really nice simple music in this game as well. But the question is, what do I want to do for Red? Red is such an... And another, I'm gonna play another track that's a reference for Red Rebellion. What? Oh, iconic character. These suggested random videos are going nuts. I pulled up one Final Fantasy video and it's now all Final Fantasy stuff. This song's getting a full version once I'm done with the last 3 songs for the full game. But right now that song ends kind of close to that point. As you can see, it was a short track. But I do want it to have a more sustained version so it doesn't just loop that section over and over again. Man, I don't know. I already like this. Maybe I should just get this part into the game first, and I'll revisit and make the full version and fill in all these gaps here. But at the very least, the music should be more complete for the game itself. At least this is just for the demo. So the demo, at least, I just want some impact because this whole section is quiet, and it shouldn't be quiet. It has to have some sort of mood and such. But then again, I don't want the wrong mood, and I don't want people to be turned off from the game just from that. For some reason, I feel like sometimes the silence is better than having something that fits wrong. All right, I've already pushed an extra 10. It's probably going to run an extra 4 because of my closing. So I need to end my stream today. Fortuna, I hope we got you some fairies. Ad break in progress. Oh, come on. Okay, I'll end it after the ad. So yeah, I was saying in the chat, um I was joking with Mei Xing, the one who the person who made my pig, that maybe we should have a stream to support Twitch called "Let's Support Twitch with an Endless Ad Fest," and it's just put on a lot of ads. And but I was also joking, yeah, we would lose all our followers at that point. That would be crazy. What is this? Are we back yet? Not. That is interesting. Not all ads end at the same time, huh? All right. So we are definitely a little bit over time. Ads. Fortuna, that's funny. I need to get going, and I really, really appreciate everybody dropping in. And I was thinking, what would be a better time for me to stream if it was the case? But the problem is, I do have to pick up my kids at. Usually, I leave at 1:30. I have my, one of my kids are stuck at home with the whole home instruction schooling thing right now because they had surgery before the break. So technically, I don't have to leave this early, but then again, I'd be pushing lunch pretty late for the little one, so I don't want to do that either. I'm just thinking, is it better to stream early like this, or is it better to stream later in the day for everybody to watch? I guess there's always somebody on Twitch or globally, because the daytime is, well, it's daytime somewhere or nighttime somewhere, so everyone can enjoy it. But I kind of just work with what schedule is best for me. But if anyone with your games and everything, if there's any time that would be better for you and your streams, or for me to stream your games, just let me know that too, so I can try to see if I can make something work there for just a feedback day. That one of those things. Anyways, Fortuna, Axio, if anything, if you have some more games or something to play, I played your game already, right? My form is still up there. Hold on, I don't even remember my command. Some command feedback. Here you go. So there's the link to the form if you want to fill out for Friday or any upcoming Friday. I do need to open up some schedule for February as well, and March. I just need to look at my schedule because all the appointments and everything that happens when you have 4 kids gets kind of chaotic. So, yeah, please remember to fill out the form. Let's try to do something for Friday. Have a good afternoon, evening, you all. Yep. And have a good day for whoever's on the other side of the world. And I will catch you next week on Monday. And thank you so much for dropping by the stream again. Where am I going? Here.